Welcome to my ultimate guide for White Knight Chronicles 1. I know this is White Knight Chronicles 2, but White Knight Chronicles 2 comes with a copy of White Knight Chronicles 1. In fact, it's actually the remastered version of White Knight Chronicles 1. So this here, right here, is White Knight Chronicles 1 Remastered. There's a ton of changes in the White Knight Chronicles 2 version of White Knight Chronicles 1. The game plays a lot faster, and there's a ton of other changes. Like when you harvest something, you harvest it all at once. So you only have to harvest one time at each harvest point. In the original version, you had to harvest each spot multiple times to get all the items from the harvest point. Now you just do it one time, and boom, you're done. You move on to the next harvest point. This is a very low rated game. Like, I think it's underrated in my opinion. I like the game a lot. In fact, I've played through it multiple times. I think this is like the 4th time playing through the game. I did a walkthrough of the game back in 2021. That wasn't very good though. That was back when I was using my older microphone, and it just wasn't that great. And it wasn't even 100% either. Like this will be. This will be completely 100%. I plan to show every single boss fight in this video, every monster in this game, in the game, every bounty request. I think is what they're called, bounty hunts or whatever they're called. Plan to show all of them. Plan to get pretty much every harvest point. I'll show you where every harvest point is in the game. I probably won't get all of them, but we'll get a majority of them. And obviously I'm gonna get every chest, and then so much more. Now with my ultimate guides, I skipped the story because this is just strictly gameplay. It's the goal of the series is to show you how to 100% a game, and the episodes are gonna be really long as well. So keep that in mind. Though with how this game is designed, like I gotta do like the quest and everything. The quests take a long time, so this will still be a long ultimate guide to do. Probably the longest I've done. It'll probably go over 10 parts. I don't know though. We'll see what happens with it. But each episode will be around probably 5 hours. I want to try to aim for 5 hours instead of 6. Anyway, this game came out in 2008 in Japan, and then it came worldwide in 2010. At a very mixed reception. It had actually an online component, but they shut it down. People were loving the online too, apparently, is what I read on some of the forums. People really loved the online, and they were sad when it shut down. You can still do the quest offline with your party members, but it's really difficult because you don't have other people helping you out, And I think a lot of people who didn't like White Knight Chronicles 1 played the original version, and the original version is incredibly slow. Like the ring fills up like a lot slower in the original version of the game as it compared to what it does in this game. It fills up pretty fast in this game. Damn near like an action RPG almost in this game as compared to the original game where it felt, more turn-based. But I kind of like the slow combat anyway, so I was okay with it. I never had an issue with playing the original game or playing this remastered version. I actually like the game a lot because it reminds me of Final Fantasy 12, which I really loved. Not so much the original Final Fantasy 12. The Zodiac Age is the version I loved a lot. It's actually my third favorite Final Fantasy game. Is Final Fantasy 12: The Zodiac Age. The original game is probably like my 12th favorite or something like that. My 12th. So it's pretty far down the original game, but the Zodiac Age is like, you know, high up on my list of the best Final Fantasy game. Best Final Fantasy games. So if you like Final Fantasy 12, you'll like this game a lot. It's just, it could be kind of rough because there's a lot of grinding in this game. A lot more grinding in this game than in 12. Final Fantasy 12 had a lot of grinding too, but this game has even more than that. So, yeah. Especially if you do the online quests, which I plan to do in this Ultimate Guide. I plan to show some of the online quests. If you don't do the online quest, there's not really a whole lot of grinding you have to do. But if you do the online quest, you're going to have to grind a lot. So yeah, we'll be doing the online quest. I'll be completing every errand in this video too. Or every errand in this Ultimate Guide. And the Ultimate Guide will be divided into multiple parts. And part 2 will continue immediately after part 1 ends. So if you watch the end of part 1 and you go into part 2, it'll be exactly where I left off. I won't go any farther when I start part 2. As soon as part 1 ends, part 2 starts immediately. So, hope you guys enjoyed. There'll be timestamps down below if you want to jump to a particular spot in this video. And let's go ahead and start up a new game here. So when you first start a new game in White Knight Chronicles 2, you're given the option to start with White Knight Chronicles 2, or you can start with White Knight Chronicles 1. I recommend you start with White Knight Chronicles 1 and hit confirm. You're then going to be given a character customization, which is pretty in-depth, honestly. And we'll just go with the base template and just go and hit start. I'm not going to bother to mess with the customization right now. Though I do want to make myself tall. How do I make myself tall? Alright, there we go. How is that giant? 6'2" is giant? You go down to 4'10", but we're going to make myself giant. That's not giant though. 6'2" is not giant. I can tell you that much. I'm 6'7". In real life. We're going to be skipping the cutscenes, of course. I have to skip them anyway because it'll freeze. The emulator will freeze. Alright, when you're first, after the cutscenes, you're first in control of Leonard as well as Razor. We're going to want to go into the menu here. And I'm actually going to... Okay, he already starts with heal. Okay, we're good on that then. So, you could create a character however you want. You have different skills here. You have sword skills, longsword, elemental, spear, bow, axe, divine skills, and staff. I'm actually going to go with spears. And I'm going to put 1 point into skewer here. You have 3 different types of melee strikes. in this game, you have cut, slash, and pierce. Or excuse me, you have slash, thrust, and strike. As you can tell there on the left side, physical attributes. And each enemy is weak. Some enemies are weak to those physical attributes. And then you have elemental attributes as well, which some enemies are weak to those elements that you see there. So we're going to be utilizing those different physical attributes to hit enemies' weaknesses in every enemy that we fight later. And since I want to go with spear, I want to edit my commands here and add in the spear skills. Instead of the sword ones. And then I'm also going to want to equip the spear. You automatically start with a spear. Okay, do not start with a shield. It's good to make your whatever character you plan to control, which in this case, during quests, you'll actually control the created character. So you want to equip him, you want to make him more defensive. Anyway, grab that chest there, heal potion. So that's why I gave him the spear, so he'll be more defensive. And then I want to have the other characters focus on healing and stuff. Well, at least one of the characters focus on healing. I think I might have a DPS character. I'll probably do the Holy Trinity. You have DPS, you have a tank, DPS, and healer. Alright, now that we got the chest back that way and then over that way, we want to go this way now. And you can press L1 to do auto run and the character will automatically run. Alright, when we get to the intersection here, you want to go right first. And then go over this way and there's a chest we can get. Another heal potion. If you give those to the allies, they'll actually heal you in battle with those, but keep in mind that the AI will not use mana potions. And there's certain other items they will not use either. Let's go down this way now. There's another item we can get. Heal potion 2. That's an upgraded heal potion. It heals more than the regular potion. And then we'll head into some of the shops. We're not going to really buy anything right now, but we can go check it out. Here we have the accessory shop. And you can buy capes. They boost defense by a small amount. They're mainly used for cosmetic. And you have a bunch of rings to boost your stats and everything. And then you have elemental protection rings, which will protect you against the different elemental attacks. I think I am going to buy a ring though for my main character. We're going to buy a quickening ring and a guard ring for him. And then for Leonard, we're going to buy a beast ring. And a power ring. And we're going to go and equip those. I went defensive on my main character. And I gave Leonard the offensive stuff. Because I'm always going to be in front of the allies. So I want my character to be tanky. Because I'm always going to be in the lead. In fact, let me switch to Razor now, actually. Alright, we got all the chests up to this point. There'll be more chests we can get here later. At this point, you want to go back this way. And you can press R2 to bring up the map at any time. So very convenient. You don't have to open the sub menu to do that. You should always do auto run as well. And then you can just take your hand off the controller as soon as you go straight ahead. We'll go ahead and skip the cutscenes here. And we now unlock Balastor Plain. The first location where there's going to be monsters and harvest points as well as chests that we can get. And you also get tutorials as well. I'll be going over the tutorials anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to skip them. But in the original game, there was none of these tutorials. They added these tutorials in the remastered version of the game.
To attack a monster, to change target. Once the action engage in our HP.
Yeah, a lot of tutorials here. Alright, once you get through all the tutorials, you can finally advance. Alright, and you notice we see our first enemy up ahead, Polkan. So if you press X, you open the ring, right? The ring has to fill up. Well, in this version of the game, the ring's automatically full from the start. As soon as you target an enemy. And you want to go up and attack. This enemy is weak to chop with my particular weapon. Which means it's weak to slash. That you saw chop has a slash icon, so that means it's weak. That enemy is weak to slash. And like I said, each enemy is going to be weak to a different type of attack. We only have access to slash and thrust though. We don't have a strike ability. And we take those enemies down and we get our first harvest point here. And just so you know where it's at on the map, go ahead and show you there. So grab that. And then we have another new enemy here, Kibble. Now we don't have its weakness, so we're just going to have to attack it normally. It is weak to strike. The Kibbles are weak to strike. Which I do not have access to with a spear. I've actually never used a spear in this game before. I think I had Caesar use a spear. But I didn't really control Caesar a whole lot. Here's another harvest point right there on the map. And basically we just want to go around fighting all these enemies and everything. Alright, I took out all the enemies around here. And I think we'll have a new enemy up ahead. Not this enemy, but there's gonna be a Vespid enemy coming up ahead. And we leveled up. Alright. Awesome. Once you level up, you get skill points. And obviously, we want to put points into spear. I recommend you put 1 point into sweep. And then you put a point into shield bash as well. We'll have to get a shield eventually, but we don't have one now. And I want this character to be an axe user. Put a point into crush, put a point into dervish, and put a point into tackle. I said this character, but Leonard is who I meant. And we also want to transfer an axe to him. I forgot to do this before. There we go. And with an axe, you cannot equip you cannot equip a what is it? You can't equip a shield, obviously. Alright, up ahead we'll have another harvest point we can access. After we fight these enemies. Yeah, right over here is the tree where you can harvest. Right there on the map. There's also a chest we could get back this way, so let's actually go back a little bit and go grab a chest. It's up on the hill over there.
If I'm late, Rapachi will flay me alive. No, kill me, then flay me. I've had enough of you!
Yeah, and the Pokans can drop healing potions too, so that's kind of nice. Getting more healing potions is always good. Over there's the chest, see it? Alright, once you defeat the enemies, grab this chest. Chest number 1 of... There's a few other chests we can get here in Balastor Plain. But we don't have access to the whole plains because there's going to be a guard blocking certain paths. Anyway, we're going to go south from this tree up ahead, and there'll be another harvest point we can get to. There's that last harvest point we were just at. Go directly south. We'll fight those enemies here in a moment. Recommend you grind to at least level 3 around here. Because we're going to have a boss after we complete the next area. And getting to level 3 will be helpful. I'll probably end up getting higher than that, but we'll see what happens. We have a new enemy here, Giant Vespid. Weak to spear, or weak to thrust. I keep missing for some reason. And they drop yellow pollen grain, which is used in the Georama, which we'll unlock later. Now we want to go this way. And there we go. Very nice. Level 3. So let's go back to Spear with the created character. And we want to grab Shield Spearmaster. And then for Leonard, you want to grab Axe Master. Now what we want to do is create a combo. So go over to the far right. So you press R1 to go to the far right. Hit create combo. And you want to create a combo based on the different weapon types, or the different weapon attacks. So we want to have the 2 thrust abilities. And then we can just add an extra, attack to it as well. And we'll title this one, I'll do capitalize. There we go. TH 2 slash 1. So what that means is I have 2 thrust attacks on this and 1 slash attack on this. Then you want to install it in the slot so you can have access to it. I also recommend you make a combo with just, thrust. If you're using a spear, that is. And we'll title this one Thrust Only. Well, I can't fit that. We'll say Thrust 1 then. And there you go. Now I recommend you do the same thing. We're going to be fighting an enemy that's weak to thrust soon, so we're going to... Well, not yet, but we'll be fighting an enemy weak to thrust. Do smash and tackle, and then put another attack on there as well. And then... do 2... thrust... 1 slash, and then also I want to prepare a thrust combo for him as well. And this will be helpful for a boss fight coming up later. We're not going to be battling it yet, but later it will be useful. So just create some thrust combos for now. Do not use it against the weak enemies though. We're only going to be using it against the boss fights. Alright. Come over this way and there is a chest we can get, but we got a bunch of enemies to fight. Then we also have a harvest point here too. If we try to go right, it won't let us, I'm pretty sure. But there is some harvest points down there, but I don't know if it's going to let us go this way. There might be like a soldier blocking us. But we're going to try. It looks like we can't go this way. I defeated all the enemies that way. Defeated a few enemies. We got some more up ahead here. I'm going over here mainly to get the harvest points, but we're definitely going to be fighting. I got to level 4 by the way as well. It's the more levels the better. It'll help for the boss fight, so. And I'll go ahead and take these enemies out off screen. Alright, took out all the enemies down there. Everything. Over here we got some harvest points we can get. Can loot this crate, harvest this crate, and then harvest this broken crate. And then there's also a flowers we can harvest too. And there's also a save point over here too, which we'll go ahead and save it. And we'll also be able to do something else here too. You can go to heal and repair, hit repair all, and you can repair your equipment. Because your equipment takes damage like an MMORPG. Once we save it, we can head back. We got all the harvest points around here. Yeah, those shards, you just hold on to them for now. You can use them in like... This game has like a synthesis thing. Kind of like Final Fantasy IX a little bit. Where you combine certain weapons and items together to make, you know, better weapons and stuff. We'll be unlocking that later. So just hold on to every item that you get for now. It will be useful later. So now we want to go up this other way, and there's more harvest points up that way. Oh crap, I got paralyzed for a second there, but I wore off immediately. Another harvest point there. And you could easily just switch targets and have the other ally take them out. Now we're level 5, alright. Alright. So let's go ahead and grab some more skills here. I want to grab Sonic Javelin Plus. This will unlock HP up, which we want to get immediately. Next up for Leonard, we want to grab Heavy Cannon, plus Heavy Cannon. And then he also gets HP up as well, which I'll have to wait because I don't have enough for it right now. Yeah, each skill tree has passives that you can get. Alright. I follow the enemies around here. And here's another harvest point right here. There's another one down here too. And there's also a save point we can hit up to repair our equipment.
Make sure you keep up.
You don't really have to repair until it's like broken though. But I just go ahead and do it anyway, you know. We will be buying better equipment and everything as well. Yeah, that HP up increases HP by 20, by the way, so that's kind of nice. Alright, let's head back now. I think we pretty much got every harvest point, guys. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we got every single harvest point. We hit up every harvest point that we can right now. Later there'll be more, but we can't access them because there's a guard going to be blocking our path. Later the guard will go away and we can get past him, but for now, this basically the south part of the map is inaccessible because he's blocking our way.
Pick up the pace.
Alright, let's keep moving. I'm right here. We're going to go southwest. I think it was just down there. But enemies along the way.
Take a number.
Alright, I'm a little bit farther ahead. I was fighting enemies along the way. I'm right here now. At C5. We're going to continue.
Hey, you sure this is the way?
I don't remember where, but there's a chest somewhere around here. There will be more harvest points later, by the way. I just meant the ones we've already... the optional ones we've already gotten. A lot of best bit around here. Alright, grab this chest here. Wooden shield, which I'll go and equip. And also, grab this. Harvest point there. If that shield's going to make me even more tankier. And I can also do shield bash too, so let me set that on the thing. Which is the first strike ability for... Alright, basically want to go east from where we're at, and we'll be able to get to another harvest point. So let's just go around this way then. But a little bit to the east, on the other side of this mountain, there's a harvest point we can get. And there's another one to the south as well. Can now do shield bash to deal extra damage to these things.
You'll learn the way in no time.
Yep, and here's the harvest point here that I was talking about. That harvest point's right here, by the way, on the map. And there's 3 more harvest points that we can get before we go to the next area. Level 6 already. You'll notice that the EXP goes down as you level up as well. So you're now only getting 36. Alright, next up for Leonard, you want to put a point into... Well, obviously you want to get the HP up first. And then you save the points until you get Axe Master 2 and 3. Same for Razor here. Wait till you get Spearmaster 2. I'll just wait till I level up again. There are some flowers to harvest. Alright, in the northwest and southwest of this area that we're in now, we can get a couple more harvest points. I think it was a chest too. I didn't even see this pole can.
Make sure you keep up. Yeah, take a number. Let's finish this.
There we get a knight sword. Oh wait, there should be a harvest point around here too. Yep, I see it right here. And there's also one to the south too. And that'll be all the harvest points, pretty much. There may have been one or two I missed, but we got a majority of them. I think I actually did pretty much get all of them. But I'll say, to be safe, I got a majority of them. We're way over leveled though for the boss fight, but hey, that's fine. These ultimate guides are designed to show you how to effectively 100%, and getting these harvest points and all the chests is crucial. Because these items are going to be useful later to make certain things. Anyway, we'll be coming up on the next area of the game, Parma, which is just a short little village. There's a few storyline events we gotta do here and everything. Yep, we already know about equipment wear and tear.
Parma's famous for its food, too.
Yep, same like rings and everything that Balandor has. You can also enhance your weapons in this, like, for instance, I could use a copper ore and a chromium pearl level 1 and I can upgrade my light spear. And I'll just go ahead and do it on the video too, why not? We'll go ahead and do this here. And then your light spear is +1, and then, as you can tell, it uses a different amount of materials the second time. Or, well, it uses the same materials this time, but it uses more money. And you could upgrade your defensive equipment too. I'm not going to do that though, there's no point in doing that. But I just wanted to show me upgrading one time at least. We'll upgrade more later, there's no point really upgrading right now. It'll be more better later to save your materials.
stake here.
Yeah, eventually we'll go to a bit of accept quest, online quests, but we won't be able to do them yet. We can't do them yet. Anyway, there's some chests we can get here in Parma. Some gold dust there. There's also, I think, a chest on the hill up there. Maybe, I think it's in the house. On the hill. And there's someone we gotta find to advance the story. The gold dust you can sell. Sells for 500.
Raus.
Yep, brass earrings. Those, I think, boost HP, lower defense, I think. Yep. Or boost HP, lower MP, I meant to say. Not really useful at all. Anyway, to advance, you go over this way. There's also a chest we can get to. Talk to Raus here. And Yuli joined the party. I want her to be my divine healer. And you want to select Balastor Plain. We're going to fight a boss up ahead. More tutorials I don't care about.
You can chain together.
So they're to focus on healing. And we want to go to Divine Magic with her. And we first want to get... I'd probably do Paralysis, probably. Seems more useful. But we're going to have to get the other two as well eventually. Alright, we can actually get the harvest points again as well. That we just got. They should be respawned. If you leave the area and come back, they'll be back again. Where the hell is it at though? I think, yeah, over here. And there's one down here. There it is right there. And I'll just avoid fighting the enemies for now. Anyway, we're supposed to escort Raus. Yeah, keep him alive as we go through this area. But I wanted to go and get those harvest points. At this point, you want to make sure you have the thrust combos like we made earlier. Those will be useful.
For the love of... Will you walk straight? What? That's it? Do not forget about me.
There's no harvest point around here too, right? Yeah, right here. I see it. You know, starting to drop earth shards now, so that's cool. Get a little bit more money for them too. They're higher level than the ones we fought earlier.
No sweat, huh? Do not forget about me.
Let's go this way because there's a harvest point we can get again. I'm just showing you guys how to efficiently play. You want to take advantage of all your opportunities to harvest, so you don't have to go farming for them. Though you don't really need to farm them anyway, but I want to show me doing it anyway. I'm also going to wipe all these enemies out off screen. Alright, after fighting all those enemies, Yui leveled up to level 3. So let's go ahead and go in here and we'll grab another one of these. We'll grab Waken, I guess, sure. Raus is just chilling over on the other side, waiting for us to show up. Oh shit, he's actually getting attacked. Get off of him. Attacking Raus for... It'd be kind of embarrassing if he actually got taken out. I don't even know what happens if you do. I know you probably get a game over.
What a gorgeous sunset.
Perfect sky for a festival.
Down over this way because there's another harvest point.
Do not forget about me.
Alright, grab that harvest point and then we can continue.
I am driving as fast as I can.
Good for you, buddy. We got a boss coming up ahead, so...
I'm putting an end to this.
Good, get off of him. Attacking Raus. Alright, let's get going, Raus.
Can't wait to see the festival.
Do not forget about me.
Alright, here comes the boss fight. First boss of the game. Yep, and when this pops up, when the break chance pops up, you hit that target, they'll fall to their... Like in this case, we're fighting a troll. When that break chance in the middle shows up, we hit their weakness, it'll fall. And then we get increase the damage of it, of our attacks. So, he's going right after. We want to do our thrust combo. So to spam your thrust combo that I told you to. Alright, and then you want to do Impale. What I recommend you do now is change characters to Leonard. Keep in mind you will not be able to do this during quest, and use your thrust combo with him as well. Alright, see we did enough damage to him and we were able to go back to Razor now and do the thrust combo again. And just keep using thrust on him. When your combo shows up, use your combo against it. It's easy as that.
Troll this time of year?
We're now level 7, so let's go and put some more points in as well. We want to grab Swordmaster 2 and eventually Swordmaster 3 as well. For him we want to grab Axemaster 2 and eventually Axemaster 3. And she didn't level up. I could go right and grab some more harvest points, but I'm not going to do that. We're good. We got enough for now.
Not forget about me.
There we go. I want to drop down here and there's more harvest points. Same ones we got earlier. Copper ore, which we need. We could use Shield Bash on the kibbles. We're almost at our destination, though. Let's fight these enemies and then we'll be there. Alright, let's go to our destination. Back to Balandor. Go save it there. And we're good to enter Balandor. And we're going to be skipping the cutscenes, of course. Alright. After all those cutscenes, we're in control of Leonard and Cisne. Or Cisna. Oh crap, I don't have his stuff set up properly.
Princess, are you alright?
I'll make it.
I need to set his shit up. I don't have his stuff set to axe. Need to set the axe skills on. Okay.
Where do these stairs lead?
I guess this leads to a dead end, right? I knew we were supposed to go the other way, but I didn't know if there was a chest back here. Nope, there's not. Okay. Yeah, we're going to be fighting some Magi enemies. I don't really like fighting these things because they don't really drop anything of value. I think they could drop like charged drinks or whatever, which are pretty good, but I'd rather them drop like items that we can use for different things, you know? And absolutely save your game too, because you got to keep Cisno alive. But make sure you save to a separate file. Don't overwrite your past saves, because you might get stuck here.
Let's do this!
I don't think they have a weakness, so you can just do whatever attack you want. I don't think they have a attack weakness.
Okay, now how about a break?
Nope, they do not have an attack weakness, so just do whatever attack you want. They're neutral to all damage. I don't think they have any elemental weaknesses either. If you need to heal, Leonard does start with heal, so you could heal if you need to. But you shouldn't really need to if you're on the same level as me.
Way too easy. Stay back.
All right.
Let's finish this!
It's like, alright, there's a chest up ahead here. Another heal potion. You can also use a heal potion if you need to heal too, but I keep in mind heal potions are instant, whereas healing with heal, it takes time. Yeah, so they drop charge drinks. That gives you that fills your AC up. So what you could do is use all your AC, then use those charge drinks to get your AC back instantly. And then you could do more combos. Because when you do a combo, it uses your AC. Depending on how many attacks are in your combo. The more attacks in your combo, the more AC it uses.
What? That's it?
I actually do need to heal. You can heal at their battle too.
Why is this happening?
And my ears are ringing like crazy.
This is where. Never mind. Keep going.
Huh? Okay. What's this? Where am I?
Alright, we got a boss coming up ahead here. Alright, so against this boss, you want to do your combo attack, whatever you have set. And then just do shatter or whatever you have. There you go. After defeating him, you get the White Knight. There you go, you get the White Knight arc, which is a key mechanic of the game. This enemy here, Pyredaemos, weak to thrust. You also have turn break if an enemy's about to use like a skill. You could interrupt it, basically canceling his action. Yeah, see? Before launching a powerful attack, the enemy charges up energy. And then you could do turn break to cancel it. You have to have a gauge though to do it.
I'm not done with you.
Turn break. And you see a target on its legs, attack it, and then now you want to attack its head. These battles are pretty scripted. It's almost impossible to lose these White Knight battles. It's kind of just pointless battles, honestly.
How could this thing still
They're not very exciting at all. There are some battles with the White Knight you can lose in White Knight Chronicles 2, but in this game all the White Knight Chronicles battles are easy.
This is the armor's power?
Oops, I wanted to attack its head.
I'm putting an end to this.
Alright, now we can just attack its head since it's almost dead. If you attack the head, you do more damage. And we got it. Super easy. And at this point you get Eldor. I'm just going to stick with Leonard and Yuli. But you could feel free to use Eldor too. He's a good mage character. Transforming has been added to the travel log. Yep, so now you can transform into the White Knight.
I can't believe any of this.
You can also talk to this guy. Oh no, he's still working on it. Never mind. That's for the Georama though, to unlock the Georama. Now that we're in this part of Balandor, we can actually get more chests around here too. Maybe there's one on the other side over here that we can get, I think. Well, maybe not.
Be safe.
I think there is one chest around here somewhere though. Maybe not. Could have sworn there was one chest.
Sorry, Rapachi. I'll come home as soon as I can.
Go this way, we can get a chest. Another bag of gold dust, which we could sell for 500 if we want. Gotta follow this around to get to it. And I think there's no chest we can get by the star.
Bigelows must be useful, huh?
Welcome to the world, Leonard.
What a curious lad.
stars right there. Coming up ahead here. Could have got this chest earlier, but oh well. And you get the crystal camera, it's kind of useless. We unlock GeoNet as well.
We should prepare for a long journey.
Leonard, do you know where the general store is?
Across from the armory, right?
Here's where you unlock the GeoNet right here. Yeah, we'll go ahead and pay it. Got a property deed. Yep, create a custom home time with Georama just like in Dark Cloud 1 and 2. Alright, now I'm going to go over how the Georama works in this game. So you already start with one part, that's the house. You don't really want to make these right now because you have to spend materials on them. So it's not really worth making those right now. Then you have job parts, which boost your stats of your different categories. Like, there's a whole bunch of different categories like bug, dragon, trolls. Basically every monster type in the game, there's a stat for it. And then also like mining, lumberjack, yeah, see? And then there's the different other categories like warrior, mage, farmer, chef. Let's just go to the Georama for now and I'll show you. Alright, so from the save, I think you have to do it from the save actually, not from that menu. Yeah, you go to edit Georama here. You can't sign in because there's no sign in thing. But you can still do the Georama stuff. No. Alright. So that brick house we got, let's place it down. You're limited on what you could... Oops. You can also rotate it too. I think I do want to rotate it. As soon as we get higher pollen or whatever the hell it is, we'll be at a... Well, since we get a larger circumference of area, we could add more stuff, but we're limited on what we could do at the beginning. Anyway, you start with an armory. Start with this. And then a general store as well, which is very typical. And then what you could do is you could develop property and you could level it up, and then that'll expand how you can build more. You can also move stuff to the deserts or to the wilds as well, but we're not going to do that, of course. And then also, we start with one resident. He has +3 flowers. So, just by having him, Place them here. And you get +3 flowers added to your... Yeah, see right here? Here's your stats of your Georama that you have. And we just added Ron, so we got +3 flowers. And if we get more people later, and let's say one person has bugs, well, we'll get plus the bugs. And then what that's going to do is it's going to make new items become available to purchase. So what we can do now is visit the Georama. And we can actually talk to Ron and he'll give us some stuff too. So we want to choose visit Georama this time. And since we have 3 flowers, we can actually buy a new... We can talk to Harry here. And there'll be something new available to buy. Little white flower. See, this would not have been here if we didn't have Ron. Ron made this available. Does that make sense? And if our flowers go up, let's say we have 10 flowers stats, then that means we'll have more items available, more flowers available to buy. You get it? If you have any questions, let me know and I'll help you out with that. Alright. So yeah, that's how that works. So if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comments. That's what it's there for, so I always like helping people out, you know, if they have any. And you can also buy weapons here. We could actually get some upgrades now, actually. Though I think a lot of the stuff we get for free, so I'm actually going to try to see if I can look up. If we can get this by their ways, I'll just get it later, you know. Basically what you want to do is just look up the particular armor that you're going to buy and just see if you can get one for free, you know. In which case you could just wait and get it later, you know. So like this, I'm going to look up chainmail, okay? Then I'm going to type White Knight Chronicles. Yeah, so the chainmail stuff, all this stuff here, chainmail boots, chainmail trousers, chainmail gloves, and chainmail can all be gotten from the next dungeon. So we'll just wait and get them for free. You know, there's no point in spending 180, 240, 300 gold when you can just get the stuff for free, right? So we'll hold on to that. We won't buy that. We'll buy copper stuff, though. I don't think you can get copper by anyways. And I guess if you can, then oh well. I'm gonna have to store some stuff though, and I'll tell you about storing stuff. So you go here and you hit store. So it's basically store everything that you don't want. I'd recommend holding on to mana potions in case you want to heal your MP or whatever. And we can store this stuff too because I'm about to get upgrades for it, so. I believe we can get a buckler for free coming soon, I guess, too. Yeah, we're also going to get this upgraded spear, too. Alright, so we have our upgraded equipment. We can talk to Ron as well. Okay, he didn't harvest anything yet, but if we come back and talk to him, he'll harvest some stuff every now and then. Speaking of harvest, let's go ahead and leave the GeoNet. Where's the exit this place? All right, over here. The gate over here is the exit. And then what I want to do is edit the Georama. And we're going to add a herb garden. And the herb garden you can actually... Let's go to the Palpitar workshop and go to job parts and select herb garden. Then go over to layouts and select the herb garden and we can place it down. Well, maybe place it down. We might have to remove something. Yeah, we're going to have to remove something. We don't need the bonding post right now, so... And there we go. Now we exit. And we'll be able to harvest that herb garden eventually. I think you have to complete like a quest to do it first, but we'll see if it's available now. Go to visit and we'll check it and see if it's ready to be harvested or... Nope, not yet. So we can't harvest it yet. So we'll have to complete like a quest. And then once we complete a quest, we'll come here and harvest it. Alright. Speaking of quests, we might be able to accept some quests now. Let's go to town. I'll just meet you over at the shops. And you'll notice also that people are now starting to have, like, you know, that yellowish tint above their head. And these are people you can hire. Like this guy, Dareen, we can hire. He has 3 to ore. So we can go ahead and recruit him and he'll get added to the Georama. And we could place him in one of the houses. Our current house, we could have 2 people in it. And if you had a... Well, I'll show you after we get back. Let's go. I'm trying to jump ahead here. Why aren't you running? But anyway, you should go buy people and see if you can recruit them. If you need certain requirements in order to recruit them, you're not going to be able to recruit everybody, of course, until later. So like this person here. Too high level requirement. Georama level 10, which is the max level for the Georama. So these people you won't be able to recruit for a very long time. I don't know why he keeps slowing down. Alright, anyway. I'm going to pick up a battle axe for... Leonard there. Oh crap, did I buy her? Shoot, I didn't mean to buy her that. I meant to buy her traveler stuff. And then the chainmail stuff I'll wait. Oh, we could buy a leather shield. Though it's not really an upgrade for me.
Come, time is short.
It's not as good as the wooden shield? Yeah, the wooden shield adds 4. Wow. Oh, we already have one anyway. Equipped on Eldor. We don't discard. Store all this stuff. Oop. Not gonna be using him right now, so no point in him having anything right now. Let's go see if we can get a quest now. I don't know if we'll be able to accept one yet
Come home as soon as I can.
or not, but alright, yes we can. We can buy the first quest of the game, Brave Litton's Plight. And then we also have the first 2 hunt bounties as well. Little Troublemakers as well as Lumberhacks. And these reward you with Gilder, which is to boost your guild rank. Also EXP and guild points. You can only accept one at a time though. That's kind of annoying, but yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and head out to... Okay, we can recruit Francis. 3 to plants. See if we can get any of these people over here. Okay, we can get Linda as well. Grievers. Which is an enemy we won't be fighting until way later, but yeah. Alright. At this point, let's go back into the Georama and I'll show you something else that we can do. And I'll show more Georama later. Just stay tuned. It probably won't be in this part. We're not going to do a whole lot in this part with the Georama. But if we assigned a foreman, you notice that flowers went up by 1. There you go. So it went up when we added her. So now if we check the overview, we now have 5 flowers instead of 3. Yeah, she's the foreman now for him. And that boosted the flowers up to 5. It's from 3. Well, we got 1 from the herb garden, and we got 1 for assigning her as foreman, which now brings it up to 5, because remember Ron had originally 3. We assigned her, which brought it up to 4. And then the herb garden adds 1. So that's why we're got 5 now. It's better to put a foreman that has the same as what the guy is. So if I had to put like someone who had flowers with Ron, he would have got a increased amount. I think it would have doubled actually. I think if I got someone else plus 3, it would have been 6 or maybe even more than that. But she didn't have plants, or she didn't have flowers, she had plants. Okay, let's see if there's anything more new available now that we placed the... Nope, still little white flowers. So we need more flowers. More than just 4 to get new stuff available. And that's the real benefit of increasing the level of your like stats in your diorama, is so you can have access to buy things without having to farm them. Let's say we need one of those little white flowers or something. Well, we don't want to go and farm them. We could just buy them. You see what I'm saying? So let's go take down that little troublemakers quest we accepted.
Welcome to the world, Leonard.
We're going to go out to the world map. To advance the storyline, we gotta... Yeah, we also get a bunch of quests as well. And little troublemakers can be found out here on the map. Right down over there. I'm going to go to all the harvest points as well. I'm not going to be doing that though. And I'm going to be fighting enemies, of course. And we want to change our character back to Razor, of course. You always want to be controlling the tank character because he's always going to be in front. So I'll be right back. I'll meet you over at the little troublemakers after I go harvest some stuff. Alright, I'm midway up to the north section of the map, and you can tell there's a troll here now. I'm at F2. Yeah, this troll obviously wasn't here when we went to this part last time. It shows up after you complete the storyline events here. We're going to go ahead and fight it here in a moment. Let's take care of the other enemies first, though. Yeah, I came over here to grab the harvest points. And then we're going to take down the troll. You want to do the thrust combo. There you go, took him down, see? Easy as that. And typically the bigger enemies give a lot more EXP and gold than the other enemies in the area. And they also give their own exclusive items too. They drop exclusive stuff. They drop pearls as well, which you can use to upgrade your equipment. They're definitely worth fighting. You cannot go in this waterfall cave Um, unless you do the quest Brave Litton's Plight. And I'll show that off. We're going to be doing that quest soon. We're going to do that bounty request first. Because we need to be pretty high level to beat the quests. They're pretty hard to complete solo. Because the boss fight can be pretty hard. The boss fight in Brave Litton's Plight is 2 trolls. Which is, you know, not... You don't really want to fight 2 trolls. Pretty deadly. I think we'll be okay though. I think we'll be able to beat it at this level. But it wouldn't help. It wouldn't hurt to get some more levels. Oh, we have a new enemy up ahead. We got ourselves a treant. Let's see. I think they're weak to slash. Yeah, so deal with them. It's a little bit differently. They're weak to slash, so you want to create a slash combo. So go over to create a combo, and in my case I would use chop and sweep. And we'll just title it SL1. And then we want to put that up there. Now I'm currently out of SC, so you'd also want to do that for Leonard too. So let's do that for him. Full swing dervish. Done. SL1. You can title it whatever you want, whatever's easier for you to figure out. But in this case, I'm going to switch to Leonard. Since I'm out of AC with my other character. Keep in mind during quests you cannot change your active character. You have to use the main character. You have to use the created character. You can also transform to kill these things. But you'll see that you don't need to do that. But you're supposed... They designed the game to use the White Knight to kill these things, but you don't need to. See? I just killed it no problem with the character. I didn't need to use the White Knight. And let's go back to my tank. Oh, we got no troll up ahead. I forgot to show these large enemies, because why not, right? I'm not going to show any more trolls, though, but we'll show this one. Alright, remember you want to use thrust on the trolls. So just do your combo. Once you knock it down, you don't have to combo anymore. Just do your regular attacks. You want to use combo to knock them down quicker, though. So that's why I start out using the combo. And lots of times you'll finish it off before it gets another attack. That'll be the last troll I show. Alright, so I managed to make it to the little troublemakers hunt up ahead. So let's go ahead and take down the first hunt of the game. Hunt, bounty request, whatever you want to call them. Then we got to defeat Popo and Toto. It might be harder than I thought it would be. There we go. I figured out how to do the command thing. So Leonard should start attacking my... Yeah, there we go. He was attacking the other one the whole time. Alright, now we just gotta take down Toto. Weak to shield bash. Hurry up and defeat it before Yuli runs out of MP. Gotta turn on the game volume real quick. Okay. There we go. Managed to win.
Every season on the plane is special.
Yuli leveled up as well. Still working on her divine magic. I will make her an elemental mage later, but I did learn MP up for her and gonna get spirit up now. I'm gonna teach her fortify here. She will never use it though. You have to do it manually. So you had to go here, magic, and then have her cast it. So that's the only way she'll do it. That's why fortify with the AoE fortify is better. Anyway, at this point we have access to the rest of Balastor Plain. So let's go ahead and go explore the rest of the plain. That guard won't be in our way this time. You can get to this. You can go this way during the quest Brave Litton's Plight as well. In fact, you have to do 100% the quest. So we will be doing that, but yeah, see there normally there'd be a guard here, but there's not one here now. So you can go through here now. Without being, without taking part in the Brave Litton's Plight. Alright, as for harvest points, to the right is one of them, where we're at now. Over this way. But we don't want to fall down. Well, actually, we can just come back there later. We're going to be going back that way anyway. There's a harvest point around here as well. Somewhere. Yep, right here. And the rest are to the south. There's one directly east of the save point.
Just had to fight us, huh?
This region is famous for its livestock.
Let's go east of the save point. There's a troll we can fight too. I'll just fight it off screen though, since I've already showed it.
Yeah, take a number.
Alright, let's look for that harvest point. I killed the troll and everything. Oh, here it is right here. Right there on the map. And if we come this way, there's also another harvest point. And then we'll go right later. I'm gonna go this way first. Then over this way is the harvest point.
Keep an eye out for trolls.
I wanted to fight those enemies though. Right here's the harvest point. Oh, they got a chest over here too. Another shield.
Really on today.
That's all the harvest points around here and all the chests around here. We'll go back the other way now. Yeah, explore down there and then over there to the right. A lot of people won't even go this path. But yeah. I'm gonna show literally everything. Most people probably complete Balastor Plain, go directly to Greydall Plain, and never go to these other spots. Unless they're doing the quest Brave Litton's Plight. But not on this channel, we explore everywhere on this channel. Especially in the ultimate guides. You thought the ultimate is a clickbait. No. There's no clickbait. A single bit of it is clickbait. When I say ultimate, I mean ultimate.
Puts me at ease.
I don't know what the purpose of that stone is. I think it's for a quest. Usually when you see stuff like that, it's usually for a quest. There's nothing over here. No harvest points over here. But here there might be a chest or something, but nope. Alright, now we go to the northeast. Explore that little path over that way. We're going to be doing the same thing during Brave Litton's Plight. Three harvest points up this path and to the right. Getting all the harvest points and everything in every area, and plus fighting the enemies, you'll have plenty of money. I see a chest over there too, and a treant. I'll show one more treant. I think I showed 2 trolls, so I'll show one more treant. Okay, bag of gold dust, nice. Oh, I didn't set up a combo for this enemy. Well, I think I did, but on the video I did, but I had to play through the game again. So I didn't redo it again after I played through it again. I had to play through the part I already showed before. Again. Alright, we're now level 9. Oh, there's another harvest point there. Yeah, there's 4 harvest points around here, my bad. Okay, let's see what we need for... Okay, we need to get Carve in this ability here. I already got a Spearmaster 2 and 3, by the way. I got that off screen. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have 100%ed Balastor Plain.
What do you want to do after we finish up?
Oh, there's no chest. Nope, I guess we didn't 100% it yet. There's no chest over here. Not quite. I jumped the gun. Obviously, there might be more. I think I shut off majority of the harvest points. Or maybe like a few other ones I didn't show off, but this is not really 100% showing you where all the harvest points are. But at least we got all the chests. So yeah, thanks for watching this part of the video. The whole Balastor Plain 100%. Oh, there is one more harvest point up there that we're going to get, though. Oh, we got to find another treant, too. Nice. I'm not going to show the battle, though. Alright. I cut the video, but I'm up here to the north of where I was. And there's a harvest point over this way that we're going to go to get, but I decided not to. Well, we're going to get now. And now at this point, we're going to return to Parma or Balandor and turn in that bounty request we completed. So I'll meet you guys back at town. And I'll be right back. It does not matter where you turn in the quest either, so it's best just to go to Parma. And that way you can, accept the next quest pretty quickly. Because Parma's a pretty small area.
The grapes should be in season now.
$250 EXP, 500 guild points. $150 gilder, 250 EXP. Heal potion times 10 and 5 mana potions as well. No, accept the Lumberhacks as well. Remember, you can only accept one at a time. This reward is S-Stock, Chromium Pearl level 1, and Guardian Pearl level 1. The Chromium and Guardian Pearls are used to upgrade your equipment.
It's near harvest time.
Yeah, we also unlocked Errands as well. Oh yeah, and Leonard leveled up. Let me go ahead and put some points into him real quick. Okay, he needs to get Pulverize and Assault, I think. Yep, he gets his next passive whenever he gets Pulverize and Assault. So as soon as I get Assault, he'll get Strength up level 1 and The vitality up level 1. And yeah, as you can tell, there's... See the little, like, dots of, like, red or whatever? Those are errands. There's one errand here, Meg. The Graham said something... I'm checking on Manu Marin. Okay. Alright, and then you go to your menu here. And see, we got the first errand of the game, a cup below. And these are basically just like fetch quests. Like go talk to a particular person, go collect an item or something, you know. And in this case, we need to go over and talk to this person over here. See if we can recruit one of these people, though. Yeah, we gotta talk to him. Alright, then we go back, I think, and talk to her again. But you can talk to all these people with like the yellow tint. Or not talk to them, but try to recruit them.
Wouldn't be Parma without the windmills.
Some people you can recruit, other people you can't yet. We gotta talk to Graham here. Okay, now we gotta go back to talk to that guy again. And this is basically errands in a nutshell. They're pretty boring. Nothing really interesting about them. Just get them done as quickly as you can. Now we go back. The good news is they show up on the map, so they're pretty easy to find and everything. But and completing this one, you get 2 mana potion 2s. The rewards aren't really worth doing either, really, or a lot of them, but we're still going to do every single one of them because this is an ultimate guide. There's also an errand we can accept over here, but we can't complete it until later. Oh look, it's Linus. Is he going to give us some tech tips?
We need to pull ourselves together.
We talked to Frederick here, we can get a quest, but we can't complete that one yet. That one requires a cedar plank, which we can't get until later. And there's a couple more we can accept here. Wait, do we have a cedar plank? No, we don't yet. We'll have to come back for that one.
Battle's only just begun.
I was wondering why it was still showing up on the map. Usually it doesn't continue to show up on the map, but that one did. We got another errand here from Gudrun. Then we have one more we can accept around to here. Okay. Okay, that urn we just accepted can be... We gotta talk to that lady in the northwest house. Oh. I gave her a little white flower, which you should have. Alright, now we go back. If you don't have a little white flower, just put Ron in your Georama. And then go to the general store and you can buy one. I already showed that off earlier. Oh, we got something there. Oh, we got guild rank points. And we ranked up to rank 2. We can check see if there's any new quests available. Sometimes when you rank up, you'll get new quests. Nope, not yet. We need to get higher rank. If you don't rank up, that means you gotta get higher rank to get more of them. But as your rank increases, you'll get more quests. And if you're playing on PS3, you probably have access to more quests than I do. Like you might have access to like Quibbles of Kibbles 1 and 2. Or the Plains Free Monster Quest. Stuff like that. If you're playing on PS3. Anyway, when you go back to Balandor to complete that other errand, I'll be completing every errand in this. If you watch every Ultimate Guide for White Knight Chronicles, you'll have every errand complete, unless it's impossible to do solo. In which case, I won't do it. But as long as it ain't impossible, I will do it. Which I don't think there's any errands that are impossible. At least I didn't. I don't know of any that are impossible. Anyway, we gotta talk to this person over here. Let me see if I can recruit this person though. Nope. Hey. I think we go back to Gudrun again. Yep.
Place has learned a hard lesson.
No, I can't recruit him. I already tried to recruit him the other day. You can only hold a certain amount of people too. You can't hold infinite. You can't recruit everybody. You can only, you're limited. You have to replace somebody eventually. Alright, back to Gudrun. To probably complete the errand. I'm not sure if we have to do anything else. And we're debating this one to get the machete. Which would probably be an upgrade if you're using swords, but I'm not using a sword. I'm gonna store a lot of this junk. Alright, I think that's all the errands we can do for now, so we're just gonna advance the storyline. We gotta go to Greydall Plain.
Hey, have you heard of the great beasts of Greydall?
The great what? No.
Okay.
You're kidding.
Let's not start jumping at legends.
Alright. Let's head through here. This area will encounter a new type of enemy, like a plant enemy. And also there's like a boar enemy as well. First chest, chromium pearl level 1. Even though you're fighting the same enemies here, they're given more EXP and gold. That's because they're higher level. There's no harvest maps in this area, so I'm probably not going to get every harvest point. So I know where every chest is at though, but I just don't know where the harvest points are. There's also big enemies here in Greydall Plains as well from the beginning.
Knight in black.
So we're going to be fighting trolls and stuff like that. Like there's probably harvest points back there, but shit if I know where they're at.
Mage, I will pay for this.
There's one here. Oh, see we got a troll up ahead. And there's the new enemy right here. Fatal Flower. They're stationary, they attack from range. Kind of like the plants in Dark Cloud 2.
That's the end of that.
I'm gonna switch to Leonard here because I fell asleep. Alright, harvest point over here.
These magi sure give me the creeps.
Come on, man, I'm trying to harvest.
We'd better get there by nightfall.
Alright, another troll. I'll show this troll because it is stronger than the ones we fought in, there's a harvest point behind it too. Obviously use thrust, use your thrust combo. And when you see that little targeting thing, make sure to hit that. Make sure to hit that, and he'll drop down. And then I wouldn't recommend using your combo anymore. Just do your impel until you finish it off. You can also transform into the White Knight, but no need to do that.
Things are looking up.
Alright. Alright, fought those enemies off screen. Probably over here there's a harvest point or something, so we'll head over this way. There's no chest over here, but there might be a harvest point over here.
We're wasting strength.
Putting an end to this.
Oh nice, leveled up.
That's the end of that.
You're gonna put a point in. I want to get Carve here. Which unlocks Vitality up and Spirit up. Nice. Basically defense and magic defense. And then also Yuli. Do want to get Fortify up. That'll be, the AoE Fortify is really good. And up there is a chest we can get. Oh, I see a harvest point up there.
What? That's it? How's this?
That knight in black. He was a man of ability.
I got another tree up ahead. There we go.
These magi sure give me the creeps.
Like there's any other harvest points around here. Yeah, the bounty request is up that way. We'll be doing that. I'm gonna transform into night to take it down though. I see a troll over there. Two trolls. I'm also gonna fight them off screen.
Had to fight us, huh?
We done here?
I see a harvest point too. Get it after I fight this troll. Oh yeah, I wasn't going to show this battle, was I? Oops. Well, I won't show the next troll.
Move your legs, not your mouths.
Oh, another harvest point, damn. Running all kinds of harvest points. Alright, I'll fight this troll off screen. Alright, harvest point here as well. Alright, Leonard leveled up to level 11 in that battle. There you go, get strength up and vitality up. Alright, we have not the hunt, but we have another treant, which I'm not going to show. Alright. Up there's a chest, but we can't get to it until later. But we have the court bounty request up ahead. Oh wait, no it's not. Well anyway, we're going to switch to Leonard. We're going to pull both of these things, I think. Let me see, do I have a... No, he does not have any MP potions. I want to give all of my mana potions to Leonard. Because that's how you keep the White Knight alive. You have to...
White Knight, wielder of the ancient sword, grant me your power. Vertum!
Because as you take damage, your MP will go down, see, with the White Knight. And once you run out of MP, he goes away, so... There we go. Alright, another mana potion there. And now we can finish this treant off. Oh, come on, quit missing, dude. Missed like 3 attacks in a row. Use another mana potion. I'll keep attacking its head, I guess. Oh, and I got an item too. Yeah, when you attack the head, sometimes you get a free item. There we go. Lumberhacks defeated. Guardian Pro level 2 and some EXP and money, of course. We can go turn in the quest as well. But we'll wait till we unlock the next area because it'll be better. We'll finish Greydall Plain for now. Well, every time I think of this area, Greydall Plain, I think of Greydalls from Yu-Gi-Oh! Even though it's spelled differently. I think around this rock there's some harvest points, I think. Maybe it's another rock. Yeah, it must be another rock. There's a chest over there, though. Maybe it's this rock. When I get some chainmail boots, I'm going to equip those immediately. We get a full chainmail set around here, so... doubles my defense from 1 to 2. Alright, on the other side there's a chest we can get as well, I believe. I don't know if I just troll off screen.
Princess is safe.
I'm sure she is. She must be.
Just hurry. Damn, we'll have to go around.
The hell? I did not mean to use the item there.
Just getting started.
Should be a chest down this way.
Move your legs, not your mouths.
Yeah, take a number.
Yeah, chest there, Guardian Pro level 1.
White and black.
Alright, now we go up where the save point's at. Probably a harvest point around here, but I'm not worried about it. It's not that big of a deal. We don't need to hit every harvest point. Alright. Continue to the Greydall Plain on the other... We're at the halfway point, basically. Yeah, I see a chest up ahead. It's level 11. Let's go ahead and get up Vitality and Spirit. Alright, we have a new enemy, Wild Boar. This enemy's weak to Slash. Also, I think it's weak to fire too. There we get a dagger. I think there's another chest down this way too. Yeah, here's the rock with rock faces around. Yeah, so there'll be multiple rock faces around this rock. See, there's no one here. This is the one I was talking about. I thought it was the other one, but it was this one. Take out this troll off screen. And there we go, took down the troll.
Move your legs, not your mouths.
We have another rock face up ahead as well. There might be one more on this rock.
Princess is safe.
I'm sure she is. She must be.
Just hurry.
Looks like that's it. 3 rock faces are on that rock. Yeah, let's find that chest now, though. There should be one at like E6.
Tunnels sure are a long way away.
Oh, I see it. I'll take down this tree and off screen. Actually, I have an idea. Since there's 2 of them nearby.
Wisely, white warrior, wielder of the ancient sword, grant me your power. Vertum! This is great!
Just getting started. What a joke.
Here we go. We have a harvest point somewhere. I saw it over here. Okay. I don't think there's anything else over here, probably. I did get that chest though, didn't I?
We'd better get there by nightfall.
Yeah, I did get it. Okay. Keep going this way then. Another troll that I'll fight off screen. Alright, there's also another troll right over there too. Let's fight these enemies over here though. Oh, we got a tree up ahead as well. I need to set up some stuff on her bar. She has an AoE healing now. AoE poison heal. AoE. Actually, I don't need AoE poison heal. I can just do regular. She will not cast Fortify, so there's no point in putting that on there.
I hear you can't even take walks here anymore because of the monsters.
Find a tree up ahead, so I might as well buff our magic defense. I'll fight it off screen, of course. Alright, you used a lot of her MP, so something you could do. Press L2 and hit pray,
I'm sure she
and it'll
must
allow you to recover your HP and MP quicker than if you just stand around. Still takes a while, but it's better than standing around. Okay. Rock face over here to harvest. They're level 12 in that fight, so let's go ahead and get him vitality up there. Alright, he needs Axemaster 4 and 5 to get the next passive, so it's going to be a while for the next, before we're able to get the next passive for him. So we'll just come back later whenever we have more points. Alright, troll down. Let's see if there's any harvest points down here. Don't think there's any chests, but there might be a harvest point. Nope. Bum bum ba-dum bum. Yeah, notice I don't have the copper equipment anymore. That's because I had to start over. I didn't rebuy it yet. And I'll fight these enemies off screen and then I'll get the chest. Alright, grab the chest here. Alright, got some chainmail. I'm going to go and equip that immediately. If I had the copper stuff, I would have gave it to Leonard. But since I didn't buy the copper stuff again, I'm going to give it to the creative character because
Move your legs, not your mouths.
he's got the highest defense because I have him. He's my tank since I'm always going to be in front of the other two characters. So I always get the first strike and I'm always usually the one hit first as well. So it just makes sense to make the creative character the tank. So anyway, we got a boss coming up ahead. There's also a chest to the east that we're going to go grab. Alright, you leave level 11 now. I gotta learn Raise with her, so we have to wait until she has 6 points.
I can't even take walks here anymore because of the monsters.
By the way, you want to save your AC, don't use your AC right now, because we're going to be fighting a boss soon, so don't waste your AC. I'm going to fight this treant without using AC. Alright, I took down all the enemies around here. And we'll grab this chest. Chain trousers, I'm also going to equip. By the way, if you're away from a save point and you're not in town, you can't store anything. So you have to wait till you get near a save point to store stuff. Alright, there's one more chest in this area, and that's way around over that way. And we can't get that until later, so. But we have a boss coming up ahead, so be careful. Or be prepared, I mean. I'm pretty much fully healed, but if you're not fully healed, make sure to fully heal yourself with potions and stuff. And I'll show you how to beat the boss. Though, I'm just going to use the White Knight, so. Let's go up here, see if there's any like harvest points or anything. Oh, there's a troll we can fight. Alright, I'll fight it off screen. Of course, there's a harvest point behind him too. Alright. Any moment now the boss fight will trigger. Yep, there it is. Here's the boss fight. So what I want to do Oh, I didn't put I didn't put a.
White warrior, wielder of the ancient
I didn't put fortify on our bar, so it's okay though. We don't need it. You want to attack its legs first.
How come I've never seen them before?
And you want to attack with slash. That's the Ahwahnee. When it charges up, you turn break.
I'm no match for it.
Once you knock it down, attack its head. Once you've knocked it down one time, just attack its head.
Let's finish this.
There we go, got it. That's how you beat Ahwahnee. And leveled up to 12 in that fight. Alright, I need Spearmaster 4 and 5, I think. No, actually I just need Spearmaster 4. I do want to get this though. Yeah, because that gets me that. That's really good. Since I am a tank, my goal is just to survive, you know. My attack doesn't really matter, right? Alright, if you go up that way, you can get to Nordia Tunnels, but obviously you want to go this way first. We'll go ahead and use that new ability we got, Secure Field. Lower my attack to boost my defense. Seems pretty good when you're a tank. No point in using threaten. I only use threaten against boss fights. I believe Secure Field does stack with other defense boosting abilities, so if you use Fortify, I think you get a double boost, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that though. Alright, let's actually switch to Leonard here. And once we get to 7 AC, we could take both of these out. with the White Knight. Yeah, there we go. I took down both of the treants. Harvest point over here. By the way, the last chest is down over that way. And there's like a ledge that you can actually fall down, but we don't want to fall down the ledge. Just grab the chest and then leave the area. If you fall on the ledge, you have to go all the way around. Learned that. I found that out the hard way. First time I played the game. How are we doing on money? 12 grand? Not bad. It's a lot for this point in the game. Yeah, we're coming up on the ledge.
Now I feel bad.
Oh, three trolls. I'm about to wipe them all out with Leonard. Just need to get 7 AC. Yeah, so what I recommend you do against the big guys if you're using the White Knight is attack their legs first to knock them down, and then start attacking their head. And if you attack their head enough, you'll get a free item from them. Whatever they would normally drop, you get another one of. So you basically get a drop from attacking their head, and then you get a drop from killing them as well. So you get 2 drops basically. Sometimes. Anyway, got a chest here. Do not fall down the ledge. Alright, we're going to go ahead and equip that. I think it went to Leonard though, because I was controlling Leonard. Yep. As soon as we go to the next area, we're going to get out of here. By the way, everything you equip in this game it shows, by the way, if you haven't figured that out. That's pretty rare too. A lot of games don't have that. One game off the top of my head that had that was Dragon Quest IX. Whatever you equip in Dragon Quest IX you could see. But it's pretty rare for games to have that. And I got KO'd. Alright, now we'll make our way to Nordia Tunnels and we're done with this place. Are you level up to 12 now? Alright. So get her raised now. And she gets healed too. Which we want to equip on her bar. It's like an advanced heal, it does more. Heals more, basically. Nothing else to it.
See, I told you, the beast of Greydall really exists.
One less of them now.
The knight blew them out.
I'm putting an end to this. What? That's
We got all the chests around here, by the way.
Don't rest easy yet.
let's finish this.
So much for wishful thinking.
Lot of cutscenes. But now we can travel to Nordia Tunnels whenever we want. So now what we want to do is go turn in that quest that the bounty request we completed. And then I also want to upgrade my armor as well, I think. Buy some copper stuff for my main character and give the chainmail stuff to for this one you get 800 guild points, 500 EXP, 300 guilder, An S-Stock, Chromium Pearl level 1, and Guardian Pearl level 1. Alright. Now that that's over with, let's go upgrade our gear and then... What the hell happened to my weapon? Oh. Nothing happened to it. It's just not on me for some reason, that's weird. Oh, I guess in town it's not, I guess. I don't know. I thought it was in... I thought you could see your weapon in town, but I guess not. Make sure I have one of everything here. Yep. Might as well level up Prizak some. Since we have plenty of chromium pearls.
Want to take a breather?
Alright, I want to go back to Balandor. And I should be able to get some better gear there. Yeah, I can just buy the upgrades here in the headquarters or GeoNet, whatever. What I want to do... Oh no, I can't transfer stuff to the other characters. Because they're not in my party right now. Okay, I could buy a def cap here. And that's because I put a... Yeah, I put a mushroom guy... I basically have two farmers. So you get the benefit of both. So I have one farmer which has, he's the head of the house. He has 3 flowers, right? And he's a farmer. The other guy also is a farmer. But he has mushrooms. So how that works is he'll get the full benefit. He'll get 3, and then Ron will get +1, and also +1 from the herb garden here. So he has 5, and then Frederick has 3. But if you don't, if you do like a non-farmer, they won't get any benefit at all. They won't get any extra benefit. The foreman has to be of the same class as the head of the house to get the extra benefit, to benefit from both of them.
The grapes here are to die for.
Hopefully that makes sense. Anyway, there's exclusive stuff we can buy in Balandor, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm also gonna buy some accessories as well. I need to buy an accessory for Yuli anyway. I'll buy a cape for everybody, I guess. Yeah, you can buy traveler stuff. For Yuli there. I want to keep her light, so that's why I'm equipping light stuff on her. Alright.
Why are gate guards always such jerks?
We can check out her outfit. There you go. And then Leonard has the chainmail stuff, and then... Oop. Razor's got the copper stuff. You want your tanky character to have heavy armor, because it provides the most defense. Alright, time to do the first quest of the game. Brave Litton's Plight. I should have did this sooner, but we're going to do it now. Well, I could have done it sooner, but it's better to be higher level against in the quest because they're pretty hard. Alright, the first quest of the game, Brave Litton's Plight. This one's suggested level 6 plus. You can only do it solo now, obviously, because you can't play online anymore. So I'm gonna be 100%ing this quest. Obviously solo. So the first thing you want to do is talk to Litton here. Skip through his dialogue quickly because you're on a time limit. And then what you want to do is go back here and you can grab some materials and stuff. And then over here some more. Then what we want to do is head towards the waterfall first, which is to the north. I recommend having a tank character to tank all the hits. That's what I am. I'm a tank. And we can fight every enemy here and still get an S rank, so we're going to be fighting the enemies to get extra points. I just usually attack them one time and then I let the other characters finish them off. Let's move on to the next enemy. If you really want to maximize your points though and really you really want to complete the quest as quickly as possible, but I like to defeat the enemies and get extra materials and stuff, but if you don't care about that, you just go ahead and complete the quest. We're coming over here to grab a harvest point. Not too far out of the way, so And there's enemies over here we can fight, so... Alright, now let's go north. There's only one enemy there, so I'm not going to fight him. Only one there as well. Not worried about it. And only one there, so let's just keep going. It's only worth it if there's like multiple in a row pretty close by. Alright, there's two up ahead we can fight. This one's gonna aggro anyway. Alright, there's two harvest points we can get here in this little area. And it's not too far out of the way, so you might as well get it. Oh, they didn't finish. I thought they'd finish him off. Alright, you want to enter this cave here. You cannot enter this regularly until later in the game. But in this quest you can enter it anytime. Only 2 pebbles. That was pathetic. Totally not worth it. I bet there's going to be some Vespid Swarm. The spawns are completely different than what the storyline is as well, so keep that in mind. And you cannot switch to other characters during quest either. You can only use your created character. I think there was another harvest point back there. Seems like there was 2 back there, but maybe not. Anyway, want to grab this here. This is for the quest. Moss Jade. And then what you want to do is go all the way south down way down there to F7. Let me make sure there wasn't another harvest point around here either. Nope, it was just the one. Could have sworn there was two down here, but... Is that rock a harvest point? No. Okay, some of the rocks later are points of harvest, but not that one. Alright, anyway, we're gonna go leave this cave and go south. By the way, you want to have a thrust combo added to your bar. It'll be very handy for the boss fight. And you're probably going to want to have at least one character as a healer. I have a tank healer and then I have a DPS. Leonard's my DPS, Yuli's my healer, and I'm the tank. Okay, I was making sure I had some healing items. It's probably good that I have the mana potion too, because I might need to heal Yuli's MP. Alright, but you can't go straight south, you have to go left and then down. So you go left here, and I'll show you a harvest point we can hit up as well. Right over here's the harvest point. Might as well pick it up. And then we want to go back this way. There's one straight south as well. There's harvest points to the west too, but I'm not going to go over there to get them. Keep going to the south. Up ahead, I believe there is a harvest point. Alright, to the south there's another harvest point. Alright, come over here. And there's a harvest point we can grab. And then we want to go up and down and around. And what we did when we went to the waterfall cave is we're doing basically a sub objective. Like going over here and going over to the waterfall cave. And there's a total of 4 harvest points in this zone over here. We're going to be getting all 4 of the harvest points. And as you go through the quest, you'll be given like a warning on the screen, like caution, with the time, letting you know how much time's left and everything. But you can actually see the time on the top, so I don't know why they even have the warning. I guess they think people are blind, I guess, and they can't see the time up at the top of the screen. So it's more obnoxious than anything. Alright, let's grab the harvest points first. So a good spot to get lumber items. Where was the other 2 harvest points? Nope, that's not one of them. There's one there. Should be one more somewhere. Might have passed it. Or maybe it's over here. Okay, well I'm not worried about it. I think we got enough lumber items as it was anyway. So we want to come down here to the center. There's a glowing object we can grab. Oh, there's the other one right here. Walk right past it, I think. Alright, you're gonna get ambushed. As soon as you reach for that. We gotta take out all these kibbles. Alright, now we can grab this. Oops. Maca flower patch. Alright, now we can get out of here. And we need to go back to Litton now. And on the way we'll be able to get one more harvest point. And I believe there's a harvest point over here. Yep, right over here. Make sure to grab this. Now what we want to do is drop down here. I guess I could have got the harvest point now instead of getting it earlier, but whatever. I wasted a little bit of time. I could have got it on the way back. This quest is pretty good for harvesting. And you'll get Brave Litton's Plight 2 later and Brave Litton's Plight 3 as well later. Same quest each time, just higher difficulty. Alright. Talk to Litton. Start up the boss fight, but make sure to buff before you do that. You don't need a mana barrier, just do fortify. And then immediately talk to him. And you gotta fight 2 trolls. You cannot skip this scene, by the way. You wouldn't be able to do it anyway because it's on. It was supposed to, this back in the day was online. And you obviously can't skip stuff if you're playing online. For obvious reasons. Alright. Start with Threaten. Yeah, just make sure to take one troll down at a time. Focus on one at a time and then... Like I said, use your thrust combos like I did. I had a 3-hit. Yuli will keep me healed. Alright, one troll down. Once you get one of the trolls, you're in pretty good shape. Could restore Yuli's MP, but I'm not going to. I think we're in pretty good shape here. Almost got it. There we go. Managed to beat him. And after that, the quest is complete. Took me 25 minutes to complete it. And that's for getting all the harvest points. I could have completed it a lot faster. And also fighting monsters too. Still got an S. As you can tell, the monsters aren't really worth fighting. They don't really give a whole lot of points. Most of your points are going to come from the time and doing the bonus objective. And you get your Gilda reward and your Dahila. And then also you get free items as well. So that's kind of nice. That's the best reward, is getting those items at the end. And there we go. That was Brave Litton's Plight in White Knight Chronicles S rank. Pretty solid. Alright, the last thing I want to do in this is guide you through Nordia Tunnels. Let's actually enter Nordia Tunnels first and then leave and see if a bounty request shows up. It might be later when one shows up. But I know we get a bounty request here. Oh, there's a harvest point at the beginning here. Go see if there's a harvest new bounty request or not. Nope, no new ones. So we'll just come back later then. Alright, let's head through the Nordia Tunnels. We can grab this again. Yeah, whenever you leave an area and come back, all the stuff all the harvest points respawn, so you can redo them again. You can re-get them again. Up around here you fight spiders, weak to slash. They have a move where they can slow you down, that ability there. It makes your ring feel slower. They can drop water shards. And also thread balls.
What are those glowing rocks?
You won't encounter any big enemies going through here the first time, but if you go back through here, you can encounter big enemies here. So we'll be going through here a second time and fighting the big enemies. And here's a new enemy, Fire Elemental. They resist all physical damage, but well, they don't resist it. They take normal damage from physical attacks. And they're weak to whatever element's opposite of them, so Fire Elementals are weak to water or ice. And then we have another enemy here, Basilisk. They're weak to thrust. And they're probably weak to an elemental as well, but I'm not sure which elemental it is. Oh, Yuli leveled up. Okay, that's basically region. And then fatigue lowers one opponent's attack. That's a pretty good ability. It's a really good ability. By the way, the fire elementals are not, they won't aggro you until you attack them, so you want to kill off all the other enemies in the area, and then you can take them out. And they can also self-destruct as well when they get low on HP. Alright, Leonard leveled up as well. Oh, he has a lot of points. Shit. Okay, I need X Master 5 still. I'm gonna wait to get that. Wait to get it. Same for my main character.
As I feared, this place is rife with monsters.
Come over here, and there's a chest we need to get. Nordia Tunnels key, we need that. That's why I came this way first. Because we need to get that key. You can't go right up ahead. Or there's a path later where you'll get blocked by a gate. And the only way to get past it is to have that key. Anyway, we also want to come down over here to this alcove. And I think there's a chest we can get in, a harvest point. I got a bone bow. I'll put that in storage. Bows are kind of bad in this game. That's why I don't have a bow equipped. I used a bow like my first time playing this game, and it was just not very good. That's got some copper ore. That's used in to upgrade your weapons and stuff. At least a lot of the early game weapons, anyway. Oh, and the spiders can also put you to sleep too, but it's a low chance for it to happen. Alright, let's go back up this way now. Alright, chest here. I took those spiders out off screen.
Collapsing. Look at it.
Alright, bone rod. I got these enemies out up ahead. Alright, a little bit farther down from where I was, and there's a harvest point here. Alright, a bit farther down after fighting those enemies, we can grab these harvest points. And then we could use the key over here. By the way, the Nordia Tunnels is a lot bigger than what you'll see in the storyline. They're pretty short. It's pretty short in the storyline, but when you go here during quest, it's a lot bigger. Yeah, now we're going to start fighting Magi. I did not mean to do that, but that's okay. Macy will build back up before we get to the boss anyway. Magi are pretty boring to fight because they don't really drop anything of value. Just charge drinks mainly.
These monsters are tough.
They do drop a decent amount of money though. Alright, save point, we have a boss coming up. That's why they give you the save point there. There's a couple more magi up ahead too. Well, 3 more, not a couple. More than a couple.
What? That's it?
Earth Shard. Alright. Let's go take on the boss up ahead.
See the egg?
Don't transform into the White Knight yet.
Not bad.
Got dazed. Alright, skip the cutscene and then now you want to transform.
White warrior, wielder of the ancient sword, grant me your power. Verto!
And you want to use thrust on him.
Let's see how you like this.
Yeah, Black Knight versus the White Knight.
Now we're talking. Knight versus knight.
Get him, Leonard.
There we go. And you get Saint's Grace, which you can equip on your Incorruptus. There's also a couple harvest points around here that you want to get before you leave. And then we're also going to come back to this area and fight some big guys as well. think there's a harvest point over this way, I think. Yep. Alright, and this path leads to the exit. To the Lagnus Desert, which is a pretty big area. In contrast to this area, which is pretty small. Alright, want to enter the desert, and then we're going to leave back to Nordia Tunnels. And now there'll be big enemies in the area now. And I'm just going to show the fights against the big enemies, and that's it. Well, I'll fight the other enemies as well, but I'm going to cut to the big enemies is what I mean. And there's also another spider here, new spider here. Yellow one instead of whatever the other color was. White. Blue, I guess, maybe. Yep, Spider Sprog. I think they can poison you, I believe. I could have just used the White Knight. There we go, one troll down. Oh, don't attack it yet. What I want to do over here, hit prey, and this will refill our MP. He leaves almost out of MP there. I was gonna take down the other troll. I'm gonna take it down without the White Knight too. Because I don't need the White Knight to win. How do you miss a giant troll? I thought we were getting attacked by another enemy. But I was wrong. Alright, since we left the area earlier, we can re-get the harvest points as well. Alright, but there you go. If there's any other new big enemies, I'll show them. But if not, we're done here. I am going to go all the way back through this area though. Get all the harvest points again. Fight all the enemies. Just because I feel like it. But I'm not going to show me doing that.